Hey, hello everyone. Today we are playing the Great Ace Attorney. Wait, I think it fucked up. Uh, hello everyone. Welcome back to my streaming. I'm actually doing 2 days in a row. Wow, what a good thing. We are going to continue off with the second case. The adventure of the unbreakable speckled band. Last time, what happened? We found Kazuma dead. Once again, our boy Renalske. I almost forgot his name. I almost forgot his name. Hi, Ash. He passed off. He passed away, and once again, Renalske is accused of committing the crime. But, fellas, listen up. The man told Renalske really to hide in his trunk, and they've been rooming with each other in the cabin for about 2 weeks before he bought the farm. What the fuck, dude? And we also met our stupid Sherlock Herlock Sholmes. So let's go ahead and get this going. Yes, we'll start playing. Okay, so this is where we stopped last time, where we found out that Inspector Hosonaga apparently is here. So let me try to go ahead and get a voice saddle for Susato. I I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. And he still has the consumption. This man has nothing to lose. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Uh-huh. Fellas? Nearly stopped. I hope. You hope? What? I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Oh wait, first let's look at the record. I forgot what we had in our records. So we have our university collar pin. We have our paper seal. Kazuma will stick this over the doors of the wardrobe for me. It says keep out in Japanese, though I'm not sure the Russian crew could actually read it. But apparently, our boy, Herlock Sholmes, is a fucking weeaboo and only knows like the most basic shit. So, whatever. Kazuma's diary. A diary Kazuma was keeping of his trip to London. According to the last entry he made before his death, he spied what appears to be a speckled band. This is the photo that this was taken in lieu of his death. Apparently he knows Russian. So I don't know what that means for us right now. So here's an article about a revolutionary. An article on the front page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. Rough times ahead, I imagine. And then this article is about a ballerina. An article on the back of the page of a Russian newspaper. The headline reads, Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. So some shit is going on in Shanghai that we don't know anything about quite yet, and we're not sure what this has to do with us. So, we'll see what happens. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expect to see this man on board, but perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. I doubt it, but most likely, just because it's plot related and all that shit. Because why not? You know, why not? Hold on, just wanted to check something out real quick. Okay, we're good. We are good. There's nothing else to really examine right now. Alright, special orders. Okay, I will deal with Moobot later. So, yeah. So, what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? Actually, let me see if I can do something about this now. Because it's gonna bother me. Moobot. Why are you bothering me now? Well, better safe than sorry, I guess. What do you think is happening? Like, what do you think the reason why he's undercover? Chat? Oh, just want to make sure we are still good. We should be good. I'm able to log in, so I don't know. I think it's just a general warning. Anyways, we'll just keep going. I'm so sorry. Oh no, don't tell me that shit's classified. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. Did you cough on the... Did you do it? Honestly, I probably... You know what? Fuck it. Let's make it a meme. Let's make it a meme, you guys. We're gonna blame Hosonaga for every fucking crime we see him in. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Well, you did such a bang-up fucking job, you fucking dick. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Why? Why this? Why any of this? Assassinated? How? How can that even be a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. No comment there. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. Where the fuck was he then? Then he would know. Then he would know that Rinosuke snuck on board this whole time. Oh my god, he did such a shitty job. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? He joined the Squid Games. Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. But again, you did a shitty job. He's obviously dead. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. Well, the cat's out of the bag now, you know? I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. No comment there. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin, not here on the first class deck. Damn. First class? Well, at least it's not like fucking... If it was Phoenix, right? Their luck would just have like the fucking bottom ass class. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as the result. I'm a disgrace. All I could do is humbly apologize. You can't apologize for conveniently fucking up your job so fucking bad. Holy shit. Hi, Mega Billiam. How you doing tonight? And also, if you're in the chat, feel free to say hi. Inspector. So if there's anything at all I can do... If there's anything at all that I can do to help now, just say the word. 1, please don't cough on anything. Don't touch anything. Don't even breathe on anything. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed to risk the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, that stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. Well, not if you tell him anything, right? I suppose. I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to get me something to work with, don't you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. Persuasive? What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I laid my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you're in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Your first trial, at least. Simply select, yeah. Okay, so evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the... Well, maybe the diary has something to do with it. Like, that seems like a viable clue, right? All right. Yes, I think I know what... I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Alright. Let's... I think this is it because he says he's... Let me just examine this real quick. It's been dangling from the ventilator grill. Let's try this. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? Yeah. You're very astute, Inspector. Well, at least somebody is. Damn. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right. So, if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? Runosuke's like, you might as well go the full 9. Don't back out now, Hosonaga. I'm a man of my word. Uh-huh. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Osoki-san safe. That is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move. All right, let's see what we can find out. Okay, cool. So we've convinced him. So let's move out. Oh, this is actually neat. This is actually like so stylish. Stylish. What the fuck? She's just really like Kazuma-sama's quarters. First and foremost, we must get out of this cabin. So let's move out. Whew. I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, and this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. That's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here. Who shouldn't. I suppose, like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought he'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. I mean, to be fair, he was kind of stuffed in a wardrobe. You know, like... Whoa. Yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's truck when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. See? What did I say? You should always listen to me. That's what I say. It must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Can we... Oh. I'm curious. I want to look around. Who knows? Maybe there might be clues. This looks like a plan of the SS Burya. It shows every deck. Look. The Burya is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skin hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. I cannot pronounce that word. I used to be able to say that word. Archipelago. The islands. We'll just call it the islands. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than this ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. That doesn't make a lick of sense. That's a huge book on top of the table there, and there's a pen next to it. Yes, that looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. Sorry about that. That wasn't a good start, was it? Yeah, that British lady is back on her bullshit. But hopefully it should be fixed. I'll fix it up on the YouTube. Don't worry about it, YouTube people. Just skip ahead. All right. Let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You? You little third-class lady's maid? Oh, we seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. What's your name? I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Goddamn sailor with a potty mouth. How's he potty mouth, Megabillium? Phew. The best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. Yeah, he's Beef Stroganoff. There goes the Ace Attorney again with their bullshit. Justice? Okay. Okay, so... Mr. Stroganoff? About this first-class cabin area. Yeah, this person's name is Beef Stroganoff, yep. The Ace Attorney gang are back on their bullshit. Here, we are in finest part of Borea's steamship. For very important persons. We need to find Hamburger Helper. Not the Hamburger Helper! What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. God, I am so sorry to anyone who is Russian. I am not doing it to be mean, I promise. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow, I let stupid Storoway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal. No, you're not. You are not. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Asagi's currently occupied? Da. I'm assuming that's da. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. Okay, so I was right. That was a shot in the dark. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. I think from my very, 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 very limited Russian, I think that is yes. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there's somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Well, let's figure out what happened last night. And according to... are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. Okay, this man is acting suspicious. I just noticed too that look at his face. It looks like he has like some shit going on with his face. It looks like I don't know, maybe he got hit with something really hot. I don't know, man. Kind of suspicious to me. And did you notice anything at the time? He was grilled. Boo! Boo, Ash! Boo! Like the thief he is. God, I actually unironically want some fucking Hamburger Helper. Like, not even gonna lie. Something about that just hits that sweet, sweet. Why am I booing you? You're right. It's just something about that, I don't know, cheap-ass pasta with some nice beef. Ah, something about that is so good. Hamburger Helper is that dirty college food. I know. But sometimes you just need something, you just need that. Sometimes it just hits that sweet spot. Either that with some macaroni and cheese. Ooh! Anything unusual? I don't know. Like I said, I don't trust his face. Like, he has, like, grilled. Shaking your head. You're taking your bad beef jokes to the cafeteria next time you get your dinner. Did you eat already, Ash? You better make sure you eat. Hate. Is that how you say it? Hate? Hetero. Oh my god, he's calling out heterophobia. Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no. Niet. Okay, niet. Okay, I know nine is German, but niet. Okay, yeah. That makes more sense. Just check his something. I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything anything was wrong in some way? He's looking away. I said no. Okay, so it's niet. Like I said, I don't trust that grill look. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye there for a moment there. So who's in the next door cabin? Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Asogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with the murder of Student Boy. But he might. And, I hate it when they pull this bullshit. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Excuse me? As opposed to a fake Western gentleman? Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Okay. We're dealing with more xenophobic bullshit, it seems like. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came aboard? That is none of your business. Yes, it is. It is very much our business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, that's because you're too focused on Kazuma, fella. Well, presumably, since this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. Ugh. Frustrating. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes. Alright. Fuck, we didn't get a chance to examine the door. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of the button, or as English say, when pigs fly. Well, I don't know when cops are gonna... No, I take it back. This is all a joke. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Okay, cool. So we can look at this. So that's... Okay, we'll take a look at that in a bit, but... That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Security. Security. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it. Just for a moment. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong. Miss Obag. Don't call Miss Obag, no! No, not Miss Obag! I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, That burly seaman would surely shoot you dead. I love it how she says it so fucking casually. Damn, Susato. She don't give a shit. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. You're fine. Though, I started with my talk of I started it with my talk of running away. And there's no way I can run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. Fellas! Okay, so that's... Okay, let's take a look at this since it's cleared up. That book on the top table is really huge. There's a blah blah blah. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through? The writing is so neat and precise. Blah blah blah. Look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there is nothing to report. Okay. Guess they really wanted me to make sure that I know that, so... okay, so let's look at this. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. Oh no, when the sus gets too sus. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship. It brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this is... I have to... No, what are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it! But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse position. And besides, where will you escape? How are you gonna swim? Does he know how to swim? Come on, Naruhodo-san. I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. You're right. A trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. Although, they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. That's what is called cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what it tastes like. Oh, don't tell me don't do it! Don't pick it up! You can't eat it, Naruhodo-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But... I suppose you're right. Oh yeah, that's right. Asians, as far as I know, don't really eat dairy the way Americans do, or at least Westerners do, so that makes sense. They probably never seen it like that before, like the way they do it over on this ship. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've to eat this for the past couple days is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you. I'll find a little snack for you later. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. She's really like, you are not going to put your ass on equal terms with Kazuma. Not on my watch. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. These cabins are the finest on the ship. My own cabin in steerage is number 539, by the way. 500 and... How many cabins are there? This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, here we go. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in here to help us with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Uh-oh. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Oh no, it's this fucking stupid ass shit. Mr. Sholmes! I shall to be solved. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What, pray, can I kick? Oh my god, he's so stupid. My DMs are open, sir. I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Come on, get to the point. Hello? Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. How many times am I gonna do horrible Russian accents? No. As you can see, there is nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does not appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? There's a door here. Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that's me. And you are? I am the one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You have heard of me, no doubt. No. I am the great hold on, sorry. I'm getting my fucking accents all messed up. I am a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. God, he's so fucking stupid. The man that uses that magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard the scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold to ask you to open that small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? If you cut up their bodies? No, I'm kidding. Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk. Is he doing a call-out post? Don't look at me. Oh my god, there's someone in there! Oh my. Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! The case just shook. Leave, now. Otherwise, I called the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Alright. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he so stupid? Holy shit! Hello? Oh my god. What do you think you're doing? This is my cabin. Get out. Could we just have a quick look inside your traveling case, perhaps? No! What a pity. I think we're out of luck. I think you're right. There doesn't appear to be anything more we can do. I agree, but there may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective could get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Look at him, Ash! Look at him! He is dumb as all hell! Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of detection into service. He is so stupid! Oh, and it would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on. For once. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why, the truth, of course. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ash, look how stupid this man is. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? What the fuck are you talking about? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right. And Mr. Sholmes? Don't racism. Don't be racist. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on the first meeting, but I once read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh. I must have complete silence. So stupid, holy fucking shit. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There could be no other explanation that accommodates all facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrivable conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Wow, and I just read a story about villains recently. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize that you have been discovered. God, he's so fucking... Does it not? I need backup here. Y'all, what do you think of Mr. Sholmes here? Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would be witness to one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my very own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. I mean, it's fairly obvious. This guy is about to cut something, but like, not a villain. Damn. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. This is like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylet's face. He's translucent now. It looks like somehow both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Oh god, he pulled a fucking Joseph. I hate this man. Very well then, I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So do I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery that is board the train of reasoning. Yeah, okay, you know what, Sholmes? My DMs are fucking open. Do you know what those are? Do you know what DMs are? You're so dumb. Put plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The game is afoot. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously what catches the eye in the first place is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Oh, there's a newspaper. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious spear you spot. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, "Revolutionary villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai." But they're not going to Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, villain Bolshevik. He is, and he's also really fucking stupid. Oh my god. Not that I've heard you myself, you understand. A revolutionary on the run. Now, as for my second conclusion, they're really doing a whole ass cinematic for this man. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Ugh. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh, yes, Mr. Roylett. Take unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. It is time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, you ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps, once slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there is another, more stimulating article. If we turn to the fleeing revolutionary to the back page. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction. And according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Okay, but how can she fit in there, you dumbass? Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. I don't know, man. Hold on. He's so fucking stupid. I love him. My God. He's perfect. Well, we all make mistakes, but he's perfect. Susato-san? Same. He's a moron. He's a moron in a hat. He's two morons. I swear. This shit is better than the fucking Benedict Cumberbatch Kids Sherlock. I prefer this over any other adaptation of Sherlock Holmes. House who? You know? Benedict who? What's that other one? Elementary who? The Great Mouse who? No. No, dude. There's only Sherlock Holmes. There's only Sherlock Holmes. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Susato, it's okay to call your heroes a dumbass. I do it all the fucking time. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes. Could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at that time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. I don't think he's gonna do that, like, in the middle of, like, I don't think he would get that far if he never shaved his beard. If he was actually trying to get away, he would have long since, like, have a disguise. He wouldn't do it now, you know what I mean? Oh my god, you stupid bitch. Holy fuck. Holy... Oh my god. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like... Mr. Roylott does look like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina? Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you pushed really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be poking out from the case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lightness in their bodies. What? Vinegar? Vinegar? What? Oh my god, don't tell me he reads the fucking cashier's tabloids for shits and giggles. For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of that small case. Ballerina. Oh my god. He is so fucking stupid. Oh dear. You might be thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus and hell. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of the matter almost immediately. And instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mrs. Sato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions. Yes, but very tactfully. I'm sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. You know what? I'll accept it because it is technically some kind of gameplay. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Oh no, he's making relatable self-deprecation jokes. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What? Excuse me? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you're a marvel! And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. No, take your time. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Oh god. Oh god, I gotta do gameplay now. Okay. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Can I save? I probably should have saved. God fucking damn it. So, the dubious looking Mr. Roylott obviously is... Okay, yeah, let me save this. I don't trust my dumbass, so let's go ahead and... So, the dubious-looking Russian Mr. Roylott obviously is what catches the eye in the first place. It's the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. Doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. Which means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a keyword here, Naruhodo-san, and see if it helps matters. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. Exactly. If we do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest to you in your capable hands, Naruhodo-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we can even switch around in the last sentence. What exactly was Mr. Roylott going to use those enormous shears for? What was the... Oh, man. Oh, what the fuck? Why do you have golden locks? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No. The color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing in the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing out from underneath his thick black hair? I don't know, maybe... It's a wig? Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. So... I mean... Oh, I was supposed to present it.
Yes!
Danganronpa style. You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. They're both fucking morons, holy shit. Such lush, golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Oh. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length and sheen of your hair, one still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I had managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that the old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? I honestly didn't know that. What? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I mean, yes, we finally get to prove him wrong. I mean, doesn't it feel good to prove anybody wrong, especially when they're as big of the moron as Sholmes? Sorry? You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducing the facts with Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. This is strictly business, no strictly... Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence that he picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true. Given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes, let's switch the evidence for something else. Something that fits the facts as we now understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. Wait. Oh crap, I don't have access to the court record. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like that recently. Alright, I'll do my best. Well, duh, the ballerina, right? Hold on. Oh, I get to re-watch it? That's cool, actually. But no. Yeah, it's her. It's her. This is her. Okay, so... Yes! The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. That's right. That's right. You've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Noblovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Noblovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Well, F in the chat. Yeah, there's... Ooh, I love your earrings. Well, you're right. My real name is Nina. It's a girl? Yes. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Steamboat noises. She's 15. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a possibility to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. Why is he bullying her? Because he's stupid. That's all it really is. He's just stupid. The answer we seek lies where the fear at a glance falls. Wait, isn't that where the And did she steal it? The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes, the traveling case. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside their traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see where I'm gonna have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You seem to look pleased, Naruhodo-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? She's like, fellas! Fellas! Stop it. Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to. Oh! Oh, shit.
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! Looks like they're both bullying her. I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Nobovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed. It would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking their precious tiara with you. I love her earrings though, what the fuck? Where can I get a pair, Queen? I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old. And she's run away all by herself. And if she's running away, why the fuck isn't this Earl like not giving her the funds to do so? Many questions are asked. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There's no point to hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? Oh, that's right, why did it jump? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Ms. Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Yes, it does. It really does. You're kind of stupid. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup de rôle betrays you. Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the real reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the bookshelves. Bookshelves? He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Sholmes is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree. That's the only answer. Did she steal a cat too? Did she take a cat? Whatever she has hidden inside that case should be revealed by following her gaze to the direction of the bookcase. Okay. Small picture. Rules of passage. It's not the books on the shelf. Wait.
Yes!
Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside that case of yours is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel. See, it's a cat, and I only say that because I know there was a play underground, and obviously, you know, I've snuck in pets before back in the day, so I know exactly that feel. Not on a ship, I've never been on a cruise, but like other places. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. Yeah, it's a cat or dog, one of those two. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item will move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden on the vessel rules of passage. A pet. Let the girl have her pet. It's probably a really cute fucking pet to watch. God, these fucking losers. I love them. Oh my god, that was actually fun. That was actually really... I like that mechanic. I'm so glad they added that. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylet. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out an accent for her. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape to your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge steamship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman, and you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you, about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out that scream we heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tinkling of a bell? Why, none other than this young lady, naturally. More like a full set of pipes, if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they were come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself? So no one will recognize me. As a result, you transformed yourself into that questionable old man? I see. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearances completely, they would find me. What a baby. We gotta protect her at all costs. She better not die in like the next case or something. I'm gonna be really mad. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Oh, things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? Your word right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Shum's great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what. But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed. It is incredible. And one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wish. Oh, son of a bitch. Your hands are cuffed again. When does he do it? What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When? And why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? Chat, do you think Renosuke really killed his boyfriend? I think not. Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled bandit Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Okay. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps... Why do I always do that? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Why are you so stupid? Why are you so stupid? Like, legitimately, Shomes. Why are you so fucking stupid? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you could tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry. But all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. Oh, I see. So why is she running away? You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. Why? No. No, that's fucked up. I'm sorry. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. Never gonna dance again. Guilty feet got no rhythm. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. And the crew of this ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin. If that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course, yeah, because Kazuma mentioned this speckled band. That's pretty I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure, but... Well, let's learn about the friend first. So, the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found out my precious... Then the burly Russians would bestir themselves in unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Why do you have to say it like that, you dumbass, you dumb up ass? So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. But what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Oh god, don't tell me it's a bear. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Do you have any idea about anything? Ha! You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the natures of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! He's so stupid! Holy shit, he just gets worse! How stupid is this motherfucker? Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. He's really gonna say, you could eat your fucking... Gumball? No. But this is the new detective and he is fucking stupid as shit. So you eat your friends. I'll remember that. It better not be a bear. I swear if it's a bear I'm gonna yell. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. She obviously doesn't quite trust us yet. There's something I should like to show her, though, I think. Maybe she might be able to shed some light on it? Well, let's see what the conundrum is first. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night when you boarded this vessel. However, the Estes Buoy stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? You come to be aboard. Uh, Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I can never resist the touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. Our genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. Was it by you? A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, Mr. Showy. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Let's see, what do we... I mean, the only thing I think of is this. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No, I don't know anything. Oh, I think she's covering. Honestly, I think she's covering for someone. Because she's so desperate to, like, hide. I don't know, man. I think she's covering for somebody. Shit. Reached a dead end. Hello? Excuse me, Mr. Roylott? Yes? What? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain quarters at once. Please. All right, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh, no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out. Or do you want me to throw you out? Ugh. It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. Ooh. How dare you slander Dick Gumshoe in this way? And so, we lost our chance. Did we get a game over? God damn it. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Damn. Alright, I can go for a little longer. A little longer today. Gonna try to make it to the next part. Let's see, what is... I think she's hiding. I think she's covering for someone. I think she is. I really do think she is. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes! He's completely disappeared! Is he still in the room? When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring that these were securely back on my wrists. We can't converse, so let's see if we can examine? Maybe we can examine? I really wish we had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why do you look like that? You want something? Maybe you'd want me to throw you out again? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand? Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Okay, that's... I guess we don't have a choice. Well, can we go over here? That door, okay. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Okay, so there's really nothing else we can explore? That's locked. Guess we don't have any other choice. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Okay. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Alright, I guess we're moving. Oh, we can't go in there. Oof, what a mess. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Well, let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Okay, there he is. What the fuck? Hello? You're back. Inspector, what happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? when I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing. Really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. If this bitch isn't dead by case 3, I'm gonna be shocked, right? Like, damn. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh! I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little bit while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Holmes. I don't think he was German, though. That explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Sir, she's 15. Chill the fuck out. Don't be a Woda now. Divine justice is what I say. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. I think she's hiding something. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. Okay, so we're in Hong Kong waters? Are we going to Great Britain or are we going to Hong Kong? So I'm just keeping watch here. Try not... No, we're probably way past Hong Kong by now. I don't know. I just know... Get from point A to point B. Just try not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all she said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Oh, I see, yeah. Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Yes, that must be it. But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? Okay, cool. So we have a clue. That's important. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Okay, so let's get some Hosanaga's new information. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh god. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Are we gonna update the autopsy report on this on us? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. Okay, someone put that in English. I don't know what the fuck that means. His neck was broken? Okay. Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. But he doesn't look like it. Like, how can... There's no way that he would be able to write it then if he broke his neck, right? Somebody wrote that for him. Kazuma. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there was no signs of a wound, suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh my god. He's gonna die next case. Either he's gonna die, someone's gonna kill him in this case, or he's gonna die next case. I'm with you, Ash. I'll be surprised if this bitch lasts like longer than the third case. If he does, oof, I'll stand. Or his TB will get him first, not the consumption. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Damn. He's really just like, I trust you more than someone like I actually know. Like, how fucked up is that? Holy shit. Like, Jesus Christ. So, broken neck. Wait. There's no way. What weapon? Oh, I guess maybe a blunt object. If you hit him in the head, like at a certain angle, it'll do that. But wouldn't there be blood? No, I don't know. This is such a clean killing. Like, I don't understand anything. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asoki-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. It's your consumption. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head is still throbbing too. Let's see. It's where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks to be some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Looking at this writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. We will. Let's see. Is anything new? Let me see this first. So it's clear that these letters were written with ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as if you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just been spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last word or word in Russian. Which begs the question, who did write it? Yeah, because I don't think he would know, right? All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on this shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? Huh. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins lead to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Well, then she must be freaking out in this area. Okay, well, the ventilator's free. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it. But she seemed as baffled as we are. Yes. I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Burya. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken these rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is inside a traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to, why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, I mean, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will throw him into vault and throw him in cold room. Fuck. His consumption will really catch up to him now. Whew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. Why would you take him there? Take him to a nicer place. One that doesn't have TB all over it. And that's only assuming he's still alive by then. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Much to think about. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean into two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? What, did he fucking taste it? You know what? Sholmes is the guy in the meme where the guy is like, hey, do you have any, or like Naruhodo-san's like, hey, do you have any shaving cream? And Sholmes is like, nah, I don't like the taste of it. And Naruhodo's like, you eat shaving cream? And Sholmes says, you know, no, why would I have it if I don't like the taste? Like, that's them. That's their dynamic. And I love it. It's so funny. Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Okay, we gotta look at that. Let's see. Is there anything new here? No. No, nothing new here. Shit. Not much else we can do. We can't converse. We can't present. Can we move? Okay. This is something new. Oh shit. I gotta go through the court record. Maybe there's something on there. Okay, so we need... This is the cause of death. Basically, broken neck. Let's see. I'm just checking to see if there's anything saucy here. Nothing here. It seems to be really jumping out. Oh, wait. Well, there's nothing that I can really do about it. Okay, let's look at the peoples. A young ballerina who fled her homeland of Russia, Mother Russia, to escape Novovich Ballet. So that's not real. Well, okay. The host, I'm not even gonna lie, he looks super cute with his little hat. Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san! Seaman Stroganov has gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who is always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. You're right. Let's go investigate. Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Hello? Tra-la-leer, tra-la-la-leer-lay-lay. I did it the great detective way. Is that Sholmes? This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Oh, God. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Well, gotta move. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Wait. What the hell? It looks like it's open. Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port. In Hong Kong. Okay, so they're on their way to Hong Kong. I mean, they're probably going to make a pit stop. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Okay, so let's examine. First... Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Ah, yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I wonder where her friend had disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's the god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Why are you accusing him of these things? Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Oops. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Oops. Did I fuck that up? I hope not. Okay. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. I wonder what this little saucer's doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet? I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd laid 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Ooh, what's in here? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san! It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Ugh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly! We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Doesn't seem to be anything here that we can use. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody can enter the room from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? Still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly, too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you can use the method you told me of passing a thread to the crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Let's see, there's nothing here. I can't, unless I'm missing something. Let's see. No. No. We can't converse. I can't do that. There's nothing here. Nothing I can present. Let's see. investigated. Nothing's out of place. Shit. Huh. It's a very interesting case. Where do you guys think I should go? Do you guys think I should keep looking in here? Cause there's no options. Oop. This pet is very clean. I don't know, man. I checked everything and there's... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think there's anything else here. I guess I'll just leave. Yeah, there's nothing else I can do. Is there a thing? Oh! There's this dumbass. Oh! Mr. Sholmes! Look! Well, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la, I am the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! What is it? You want to fight? Here's the moron. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Why is he like this? Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Why is he like this? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there is nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem that the same crewman stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely! Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet... the ship's log from last night is largely blank. The ship's log from last night is largely blank. Oh, finally we're getting to put it in the fucking court record. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in a log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Alright, finally, we have it in our court record. Now that detection was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what makes my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes. Brilliant. Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't you worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Okay, maybe we need to go back. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. What the fuck is going on? Oh, you too? I'm curious. Maybe... what's that? Hello? Hello? Did we break the law? Well, I guess shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter mile forward. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. Hello? What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Susato-san held on to me. What the fuck? What? Hello? Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Ah, shit. It looks like we avoided a collision. Wait a minute. Did something like that happen? Wait. Then... I think... yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness. What about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Shit. Hello? Is anybody in there? Shelter if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door. Quickly. Could it be... maybe it wasn't a crime. Maybe it was a genuine accident. What? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... and look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Is this the time? Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Alright, who's dead? Who died? Who died? Is chat ready for this? Because I'm ready for this. Get your F's ready. That's all I'm going to say is get your F's ready because I think someone died. Like, why? You'd say the inspector, but I don't know, it could be someone else. Or he could just die, like, right then. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Put this man out of his misery, I'm begging. We're in it now, Elwoods. Susato-san took a deep breath and then gently slid back the bolt. Okay, he's still alive. Yo! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we're gonna collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought we saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed in all black! You are the devil! Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. And the racism continues. You'd opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed that man? Wait, how do you know about our accusation? Hello, Miss Pavlova? Da. And he's a stowaway as well. A vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? She did it. But why would she do it? That would bring more attention to herself. Old man, book him. Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Throwing away. Trespassing. Killing. She is right. You are devil. That's racist. It doesn't look good, does it? There is sail below deck. Throw him in. Throw him in the brig. Tomorrow, we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Okay, at least nobody died. Let's inspect. I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things! You want to show me where your crawfish hibernates? Hiya! Why did she throw me? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. Isn't there anyone who can help me out of this mess? This fucking asshole. What the? What are you doing up there? I swear, if it's not one thing, it's a fuck another. Whip out the Ouija board or call your boyfriend. Mr. Sholmes? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. I don't take him seriously at all. He is a stupid piece of shit. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Booyah, has been solved by me, naturally. Oh my god. It's gonna be... It's not... He better not say us. I swear, I'm tired. Oh, what? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this doorway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. Wait a minute. Okay, game theory. What if someone actually did go out the front door? But, as we just seen, maybe there was like a hard pull or some shit. To where maybe like it fucks up the because we all saw how it looks. We all saw how the bolt easily can slide in and out whenever the boat tilts around. So maybe, just maybe, they did go out the front door. It's just that they just got lucky enough that the boat got tilted overnight or during the nighttime, and conveniently locked the door, which created the locked room. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. The locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. Because I see his... A swing and a miss. The ventilator man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. But it is. Last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in an act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? Wait a minute. Hold on. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Do you think that is the tiara? Do you think the tiara somehow like got on top of like the ventilator because for some reason she had it out? She had it out, and maybe she was talking to her little friend. Ooh, but then that would also explain why everybody's heads are hurting because of the rumbling and the tumbling of the ship. Ooh, but why? Why was she? If she did kill, why? And how? Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? He's fucking raving out. That's what he's doing. Look at him go. He's really raving out. There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What am I about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold. Yeah! What the... Well, at least it's not a bear. At least it's not a bear. And poor Stroganoff. He's suffering. Allow me to introduce to you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? F in the chat for Stroganoff. Yes, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the stripe band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction. However, do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I am sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. But you know what? That's actually not even like a bad observation because snakes do like coil around and, you know, crush things. But then again, I'm pretty sure even Renosuke would be like, what the fuck is a fucking snake doing here? And I think we would have some kind of evidence for that, right? So it was an accident, if that was true. Like I said, that's perfectly logical, actually. That's actually reasonable. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Isogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. would advise as little movement as possible, seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. Long man. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, we're doing this again. The game's afoot. Intruder's identity. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band, but that doesn't explain the whistling. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. But it was also late, so who knows? What explanation that we can we give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal. That can only be the snake's slow skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, to the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it slows its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Oh boy. But is it a snake? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs, but that would explain the Russian, though, that she went in to pick up the snake and essentially basically covered his tracks. And seeing that there was a sign on the, oh my gosh, she really did do it. Or at least like try to cover up the accident. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Okay, that part is wrong because he actually broke his neck. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low, whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed. You'd put the serpent to this ventilator and wait. And after a period, you summoned it back with a whistle. No, but he heard it before he died. And then he saw something speckled. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom will course to the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. It's plenty fallible. This thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Okay, but I have several problems. I don't know, like, I could figure out the second part, but not the first. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think someone still came in and broke his neck? And it's just happenstance that... I don't know, man. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You solved the mystery. No, he didn't. Obviously, amazing. Your great deduction really lives up to its name. Well, it could be an accident. I can very much see it as an accident. Because, I mean, I won't go as far to say as she trained the snake to do this, but I honestly do think this was an accident. I can see now why Sherlock Holmes has become such a household name. My dear man. Actually, I'm curious. How old is this dumb shit? He's 34. He's my age? Hello? My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will both answer loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, why are you so dumb? Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. This man is my age, you guys. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. He's so dejected. I guess we're gonna get everybody's reactions. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no. You don't mean? Yes. We need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did it go? Fear not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Erlach Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Okay, so I gotta figure out who did it and why. Are you serious? Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay, so who's the true identity? Okay, I'm not gonna read all this again. Farthing. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Okay, so let me... Piece of small glass. So he broke his neck. Nothing to report. So then... So Biff Stroganoff. So he was in charge of that. Because... Well... Yeah, he was in charge of that. Because His last entry was at when? When was it at? 1:35 a.m. So I wonder if the whistling sound is probably... Well, I'm just going to accuse Stroganoff because his name is right there. But I don't think he... Like I said, I don't think he went through the ventilator. Obviously, he couldn't fit through it. I imagine he was talking to the ballerina and he saw some shit. And then... Because, yeah, like, this is him going to the room and he's talking. They're talking, and maybe he found the tiara, and maybe he was gonna blackmail her, and then he must have realized, oh shit, there's the other guy next door. Then he went over to kill him, and then, like I said before, the boat just happened to topple. No, not topple. I shouldn't say topple, but it went to the side. It kind of swayed with the water, and everybody hit their head, or maybe no, because yeah. They got their head hit. I'm wondering... Let me see. Hold on a second. Stroganoff. They don't have the other one. So there's a reason why they wouldn't have the other one here. Was it aching heart? She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has quite read her quite correctly, is that it? But it looks like she's gripping her hand in pain. Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment. Because it's kind of obvious that she's holding her wrist. And I'm pretty sure, like, even, like, later cases, they're going to make it a little bit more obvious. And really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Aching heart? Oh shit! A claw scratch. Well, how did that happen? Yes. That has to be it. Like, yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. Okay, and is that very pain that evidence is okay? So we asked, what was the nature of this intruder that stole the... Why, naturally, it was the friend. As I suspected, another telltale glance. But it's him. It has to be Stroganoff. I don't think it's the snake. Now that I'm thinking about it, it seems that the likely scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? And it's definitely not a bite. I don't think... I mean, I'm sure a snake would bite. I don't know. I never had a pet snake. My cousin did. But I don't know about, like, these snakes. No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, then what is? What's the true identity? It's Stroganoff. It's Stroganoff. We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. No, it's him. Yes. Yeah, it has to be him. Forget about how you could have brought him aboard the case. Oh no, don't tell me this is wrong. Forget about how you could have brought him aboard on... Don't forget about how you could have brought him aboard in your case, or how he could fit through the ventilator. A true friend always finds a way for you. And what's more dependable than a friend you can ask for than Seaman Biff Stroganoff? What spectacularly contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be logic and reasoning. Oh, god damn it. Damn it. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Kindly perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage. Okay. Sorry. Shit. Okay, so what the fuck is she looking at? Okay, and that same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hand. We also know that whatever it is, this friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. I don't think it's a ventilator. I really don't think it is. This is stupid. It's not the serpent. Wait, what's this? Teapot. Is that a cat? Ah, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a look at this, closer look at this. Miss Pav... The kitty! The kitty has a bell! Look at the little cat Miss Pavlova is cuddling there. That's probably how she got the scratch. Oh, what a cute little kitten! It could vie with you, couldn't it, Naruhodo-san? For the blackest outfit. A black kitten. And from the looks of this picture, at least, Miss Pavlova seems very attached to it. Flooring it? Okay, I'm guessing that's it. Okay, so it's like that, then we know it's the right one. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten. Oh god, don't tell me. Yes, a big burly like that who was gonna scratch her. You never know. They could get wily. Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see here before us. Yes, the scratch in the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! Oh no, don't tell me the snake ate the cat! But Biff also like kind of covered her tracks too. Like, it's suspicious. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Oh god, please don't tell me the snake ate the cat. I am begging. I am on my knees. Ah! Please do not kill the cat. Do not kill any cats. Darkar is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darkar would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, the cat, oh god, don't tell me the cat's been eaten! This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give then, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? Oh, don't look at me. This has nothing to do. Has any of this? Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying but failing to conceal. The snake's low skin. Do you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shom's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced it to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that it was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. It looks more like a sock. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? What is she actually trying to hide? Can I turn? Oh no, please don't tell me the kitty. I am begging. Oh god. What is that? Hello? Uh, that's not a skin. That's not a oh my god, what I can't even. What is that? That's not what I'm trying to get at. Oh god, it's so. What is she? I can't even. This is so like pixel perfect. It's not the. What is that? I can't even scroll it. Do I need to go like this? What? This is awkward. I'm sorry. That's not. I can't even. Okay. There has to be a way to get to that. What is that thing? That's not what I'm trying to. There's nothing else. Am I gonna have to take another hit for this? Cause this is like so awkward to get.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not it. I know it's not it. I'm just trying to get to the thing. Damn it. No. This is so fucking pixel perfect. An assistant's assistant then? Alright, I'll think again. Damn it, I need to be careful. I'm really about to lose. What exactly is Miss Pavola trying to hide, I wonder? I don't think there's any room for doubt. No, in a sense, there isn't. She's clearly concealing whatever it is behind her back. The question is we need to ask is whether it really is the shed skin of a snake or not. I should probably look at it in more detail. Well, it's speckled and is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. And it looks like, yeah, okay. And it looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This is sort of common in the West, apparently. Okay, I think it's like really pixel perfect. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Okay, now I can probably... Well, it's speckled. Okay, yeah. I think I should have clicked on it before I presented it like a fucking idiot. So now I know what it is. Now I can...
Yes.
There it goes. Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely. And the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! So, most likely she was waving it around. Oh god, I am begging this thing not to eat the cat! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there could only be only one answer to that. Is the cat still there? After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's in which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. Is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of darker. Yeah. Where's the cat Now, where is the cat? Where is the cat? A truly troublesome feline young dog is proven to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Okay, it's in my court record. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bed cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. But then how the fuck did he break... What, did the fucking cat, like, fucking break his neck? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of him. I think I read this already. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have been apprised to appear there... Nope! Okay. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death... Nope! That's wrong. We know for a fact it was his autopsy. What Mr. Shom says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Shom seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Thus, given their information, he's missing now. Right here. At least I know that.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes! I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed. The breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm that it was at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be... Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove that this... Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. Can you just imagine a cat just like coming up behind him and just like... I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the Oh! That's also likely too. Most likely he was trying to see what's going on. And then because of the tumbling... Oh no! It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix the deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? I'ma save. I don't trust myself. It's the cat. The cat did it all. I can't believe this kitty is a vast and awful murderer. But I'm flooring it. So this must be from the kitty then. Then where the hell is the kitty?
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove that the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark so prominently visible next to the victim's body is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device and constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of this polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asagi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asagi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. I really do think it's an accident. It really is coming out that way. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that moment, he lost his life. No! I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Shome's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's just have a good look around. The answer must be in here somewhere. Okay, I can't save shit. Okay, so it's not here. Oh, fuck, I can't. Hold on. Tiara. It has to be another. Is it? Ah, shit. Okay, there's nothing in there. Okay, fuck, I can't. I should have saved. Wait, let's. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. Okay, so it's not that. This is gonna be directly there. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh ho ho! Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Okay, so it's definitely the waste paper. Oh, fuck. Yes. This is what I'm going to be choosing. But where is the kitty? Deliver the baby. Where is the kitty? Yes. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely! We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in a waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. Hi everyone! Welcome to my Great Ace Attorney stream. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. And Aru, if you haven't played it, you might want to leave because there's spoilers. You're well acquainted with this glass spell, are you not? I don't know. And that hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this tear, dear girl. Why? Because we have such conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell, that would be the kitty.
Yes.
Thank you, Aru. Hopefully you've been feeling better. If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest collar, the very glass spell in question. The truth has been caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Why are they like this? Your absent feline friend, Daka. Kitty better be alive, I swear to God. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. A cat really came in and killed him. Wow. Do I get my health back? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. So the whistling. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes, and I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darker with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at some point, you thought it safe to try to lure Kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh no. I nearly passed out with shock I heard her cry out and... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Buria is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back to the ventilator. Yet Daka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she disappeared again. Don't tell, please, I am begging. Gracious, that cat isn't as suffering restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing aboard on the ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Peter Zoko. Oh god, I am praying. I hope I said that right. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He had escaped from cage when emergency alarms sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. I am begging! Please don't eat the cat! Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But, my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan and venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Vito Joko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. I am begging you, do not eat the cat. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Rizoko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Okay, so he eats the snakes that's on the boat. Okay. That's one way to get rid of them. Is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. He's really like, my whole world's been fucking shook up. I don't know what to do. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My pretty Zoko is nothing to do with this incident. Did he eat the cat? Did he eat the cat? I just want to know. Did he eat the cat? So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. But that doesn't explain. But that doesn't explain anything. Anything. Like, why? Hold on. Why this? Why this? Hello? What does chat think? Chat, do you think that someone wrote this for him? Wardrobe? I don't... Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. His ghost did it. What, is his ghost? Did his ghost like learn Russian, Ash? But what are you talking about, Miss Mikatoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Get her ass. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. Maybe he did. Who knows what ghosts know? What, he learned an entire alphabet in the afterlife in like the fucking 10 seconds after he entered it? There's no way. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? You have all the time in the world when you're dead. I mean, I guess so. To be perfectly honest, yes. There is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. Okay, finally, we're gonna talk about it. You noticed it too, Sholmes, didn't you? I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The Russian, but he's not Russian! He's not Russian! The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom, even. So why would he kill him, you dumbass? In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I could chase that down, maybe the truth would become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What should we ponder first? is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? But that's just a possibility. The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. But it's only a possibility. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Oh, really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I'm going to assume it's going to be this. Well, let me say first, just in case. Yeah, this is it. Yes! The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left his message on the floor. That script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written here means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. Nope. We've already determined that. He is Japanese. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Sogi could have left his message on the floor. Because of the broken neck, that shit is instantaneous. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in an instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. Oh. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if Miss Pavlova told us this was true. What? So Susato-san has noticed it too then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proved this was no accident. In other words, we are saving. I don't trust my dumbass self, so we are saving. Yes! Oh, that was actually right? What point are you trying to make with that evidence? I'm starting to see how Kazuma's death really happened, I think. Oh no! I think that you are starting to see nothing of the sort. And that's what was the evidence. Let's reload. Let's reload. Let's reload. We are reloading. So, it wasn't that. We're going with this. Because the log, there was no entries after 2 or from 2 a.m. until early that morning. So, yes. What point is that the right one? Nope, we are reloading. That's cool because we're reloading anyways. God damn it. So it's not that. It's not that. So, what is it? What could it be? What do you think it is? It's not the paper seal, but it's not the ship's log. Could it be his diary?
Yes.
Oh, god damn it. We're reloading. Shit. Fuck. So it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's not the key. Oh shit, what would it be? That would prove it was an accident though. Shit. Fuck. Try this?
Yes.
Okay, so it is the mark. Okay. This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass belt the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's what really happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Yes. Remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... Hello? You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Da! Of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in the cabin when the young student died was you.
Yes.
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You was shut inside the cabin wardrobe to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian, and there's no way I would have left that message. No, not would have. There's no way you could have left that message to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass belt that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that it would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why would this person have taken all the pieces of the belt anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. Yeah, so the single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noted her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship. A member of ship's band. Also, you do not accuse ship's anchor of being criminal. So that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a good detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Niet! It's impossible. Ugh, he's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Now we already know that's not true, Susato. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Susato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So, Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes, and that's called toppling almost the entire fucking boat. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used... Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Saving, just in case. Just in case I'm wrong. I don't know, I should be fine, but I'm guessing. Yes! Look at the bookcase there. Yeah, the bookcase. I was right. I was like, I'm not too sure, but here we are. See how the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe... Yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Yep. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Yeah, and the flashback. We're not reading all that shit again. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and knocked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osoki was killed, that would explain why everything in the cabin was also in disarray too. The SS Burya made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books in the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like Mr. Sogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Burya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Oh shit, he's sweating. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. Thoughts, chat? Do you have any thoughts on this idiotic guy? How dare you mess with ship? I'd report you to captain. You're in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop? Or did it not? You are idiots! Burya is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? And just in case, I am saving. I feel like we're almost done. I really want to finish this case tonight, if possible. Where's the log? There it is. Yes. Seaman Stroganoff. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? That is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties? What are you doing with that? That is mine! You rather carelessly left it atop of the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase, nothing to report, every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Excuse me, I've been burping all night. Ooh. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Oh. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Well, that would explain why everybody has headaches in the morning. Stop talking rubbish. If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anyone would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I've had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Well, you haven't been feeling yourself since you got to consumption. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right. My head's been throbbing today, too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then, the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up to when it was all happening to me? Now you were probably knocked out cold. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. Fellas? So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is it really? Did someone really try to assassinate him? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific, designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. Oh shit, he was a target from the beginning. A sleeping drug? Right? Right? Like, what the fuck? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes is saying. Means, what a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would suddenly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. Well, that explains why no one would notice that. That would definitely be a huge contributor and huge factor. If you refuse to talk, there will have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself will be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Ugh. Is this how the Great War happened? Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. But then why would you murder Asogi? Like, he wasn't gonna give a shit. You are right. When he put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Da. We could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Ugh, talk about heaven seasoning. Are you joking about this right now, sir? At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Borea slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potions that evening meals had contained. So if that's what has happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who disliked chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door, unless it was purely an accident. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. But everyone was knocked out, so... Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so, not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, The culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. But it was still an accident, right? Like, she came, but she still had to come in and pick up the bell and then leave, and then write what she had to write and then leave. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life that last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What's accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? That's pretty much the basis of Sholmes. I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Here we go again. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two provocators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there was there last time when Kazuma died. Let's suggest. No. What about their fingers? Chunky arms. I mean, I'm trying to think. It's kind of hard to move this thing around. Let's suggest they were at the scene. Chunky arm, right? Like, left ear. What's this about her earrings? Wait a minute. Why is she wearing two types of earrings? Chunky arms. I don't know why that's making me laugh. I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna say fuck it. Is this the right one? Nope. Okay, nope. On your ears must all over. Okay, so yeah, it's not it. It's not the. Oh my god. I should have saved before I started this, damn it. I got 4 chances left. Shit. So it's not that. How exactly are we supposed to show that someone else was there when Kazuma died? I can think of 2 possible ways. Either we find a trace of something that the person in question left behind at the scene, or, if that's not possible, a trace of something that the person took away from the scene, be that accidentally or deliberately. A trace of something someone took away? If you observe closely enough, I believe you will find examples of both. Give them a long, hard, and uncompromising stare from all sides. That's my advice. Oh, thank you, Mega Billiam. She has such a petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little. I should have done this first. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks like as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. Okay, so it's not that. Let's suggest. Well, let's click on the chunky arms. He has arms like tree trunks, doesn't he? Hairy tree trunks. Yes, he certainly has sailor's arms. Yes, those are very Lilycar, and I wish to get them. Oh my god, I would like to have them one day. He's a born man of the sea. Even if I had been awake, I couldn't have done anything about being dragged out of that wardrobe by this man. Naruhodo-san, are you alright? You seem to be lost in thought. He's thinking about them them chunky arms. Oh, sorry. Blame those hairy tree trunks. Fellas! Nothing on his face. There's really not much else I can say. I mean, it's either one or the other. Wait. Have you noticed something significant about the seaman Stroganoff's hat? Oh, no, sadly not. I was just thinking that if only we found it in Kazuma's cabin, it would be all so easy. That's true. A hat dropped at the scene would have been very conclusive evidence. Ah, that's the point. I'm sure I saw your university uniform had at the scene somewhere. That's not a point. At least not one I liked you to make. So it's not the hat. Let's see. Is there anything on her? Anything else on her that I'm missing? I'm trying to think. What else? So it's not the sailor's hat. There's his chunky ass arms. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Man, he got a whole ass midriff going. Oh, look at this. It's some kind of stain in an unusual place. Yes, you're right. It looks like ink if I'm not mistaken. Ink. And look at the color too. It's clear where this came from. Yep, fellas, we found the suspect. Yes! Book 'em, boys! Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes. I don't know where the dirt comes from. So, nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Why does he have to call him Seaman? Why? Why? Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain in the back of the Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. Stop calling him Seaman. It's really getting... And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that what's stained on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform is... Well, obviously... Actually, first, before we do that, let's save. I don't trust my damn self. I don't want to get any more penalties. I don't want to die. I don't want to be guilty. Okay, so I don't think there's any other evidence for it, but
Yes.
okay, good. It's the right one. Oof. Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? A rather unusual color of ink, purple. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. What a waste of purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't have possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means... you must have been present in the cabin moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. Oh. Why? I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed the button to make Boria do emergency stopped and both cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheets. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw a student boy on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in the cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over and broke his neck when he fell to the floor? Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. Bodies on the floor! She said she was worried when she heard sound of something farting on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. But do you think she did it on purpose? I'm actually wondering if she killed him on purpose now. Or maybe that's just my Ace Attorney brain going nuts. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked as I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black. But he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. And I believe you. Do we though? So that is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? I don't know. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events? A kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? Oh my god, Sherlock. Or Sholmes. What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Hmm? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck that broke his neck, we're saving, just in case, just in case. God, I want us to be done. Let Kazuma rest in pepperoni. Which part of this photograph print seems unnatural? If he... Wait... Hold on a second. Wait, I think it's clicking. I think it's clicking. I think it's clicking. If he broke his neck... I'm sorry, I'm thinking. If he broke his neck... What? I think I'm trying to say... Okay, good thing I saved. So I'm gonna try this. Yes! Is this it? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident... Yeah, cause see, hold on. Let me really... Yeah, it does instantly kill you. That's why I was just like, if he broke his neck, there's just no way his fist would be like curling up like this. That his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? What was he holding? Oh god, if this is something sentimental, I'm gonna fucking cry. And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Wedding ring. Oh god, I bet you it is their wedding ring to Naruhodo. Even though gay marriage will be like hundreds of years legal by now. But he don't give a shit because he's like, fuck it, I love him too much. Why, of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Yes, you would. This is what I found. Holy shit. Hello? Man, that's such a cute earring. What the fuck? Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone? Okay, I'm gonna tell you 100%. Like, I really didn't expect all this, but there was a reason. I was just thinking, like, maybe there's a reason. Maybe, and then I realized maybe. Sir, were you throwing hands with a 15-year-old? Oh my god. I'm screaming. I really was just like thinking like maybe it's just a fashion choice. Maybe she like I don't know, dropped it somewhere in the heat of things? Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does that tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Yes, we have. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. So, was this a hit? This was a hit? How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Yeah, we know. We know exactly where that shit came from. Yep. Well, it's gonna... She has... Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. Something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what's called an earring. Okay. No! This was a mistake! No! No! Okay, I should have just floored it. She doesn't appear to notice that it's broken. Well, no, but we did, so... Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. Yeah, relatable. That's happened to me like way too many times. The little link holding it on. I don't know why this is so awkward to read. Must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But look at your other ear. I noticed a crescent moon. I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. He was throwing hands with the 15-year-old. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asaki must have grasped at that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just a moment before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment where the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally an arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, are you gonna pull a dolly on us? What did you do to Kazuma? Yeah. Why is there so many evil women in this so far? Holy shit, this is like the second time this fucking happened. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin, I could relax after this horrible, long day. The cat. Darka, wait! But then where's the cat now? I couldn't believe when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka will not come back. What are you doing here at this time? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah, of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land of the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? It's called a newspaper, honey. Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please, please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to board that car. He's going to tell the captain. No, sweetie, he was going to tell his boyfriend. Oh my god. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was there so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. I can't believe you called it, Ash. What the fuck? Hello? Why did you actually feel that? Because her story is so powerful. That's when you went to fetch help? From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I can't believe this, Ash. White women, you can't trust them. This is legally a joke. I heard Nina cry out on the third floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Beef. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper signs. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to right on floor. I wrote wardrobe, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe to find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass spell? It It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Borea did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the boat on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you ran away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? Oh, she didn't even think about that. She didn't. Oh my god, this little girl. But you can't be mad at her. It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, 'cause the cop. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. You fucked that up. Looks like you're out of the job again. I thought if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. Yeah, he wasn't gonna do that. He was gonna tell fucking Naruhodo. He was gonna tell Renosuke. He'd be like, oh, cool. Hey, what's up? You know, whatever. Oh my god, this whole thing could have been avoided. It's so awful. It makes me so sad. I mean, was Mr. Asoki really gonna pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Because we know who he loves. Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He's gonna contact me. I'm telling you. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? I know exactly what. I don't even need to say because I know. First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in that road trip, but still, that cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Why are they, like, making me do this? Like, they know. They're really, like, making me suffer right now. Yes, is exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manners of truths. How gay he was for you, man. He was... I'm biting my fist. I'm crying. Like, I'm so upset. They're really making me do this. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even by a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Boy, he was looking at you! He's looking at you.
Take that!
I hate this. I'm crying. I don't like this. Why are they making me do this? Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, his boyfriend was in the wardrobe, literally in the closet. What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. Wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Uzogi's exact words last night? Yeah, exactly, quote-unquote, friend. Give me a moment. I can use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Uzogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. Friend! To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh, no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain. No, we know for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Uzogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? God, and you can't be mad. At so long last. The mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. For what? Murder for what? What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police in Scotland Yard. What about the fact she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Yeah, that's really not up to us. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she wouldn't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Where he died? I hope they moved him at least. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, of course she would be. Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Susato-san. He has such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. That it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. Yeah, you're out of a job. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. But he was still responsible. And I'm freaking out these... Huh? Wait, why are you chained up again? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo? What is the meaning of this? Hello? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. You need to chill, my good man. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Choke him out. No one will miss him. Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan to make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice of both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be that one lawyer and one assistant. Or was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid that the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows... The majority of I bet this is Sholmes. The majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue. Surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Oh, I see. Miss Susato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? They really do the ha 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 unless meme. No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it would work. But, as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo... That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For him. For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. And that is how we became a lawyer. So, what does our bespectable inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No. It's madness. Yet fascinating. Wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your very own eyes. And twice even. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt for the second time, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything to make it up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how to best make my report. And that's how we did it. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me of what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. So then, Miss Susato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I needed. Or what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. God damn, let me be free already. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Excuse me? Hello? What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious for me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was left in it. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. Ha. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest, and I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jiu-jitsu technique. Apparently, it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw? Oh god, we're gonna be thrown around, aren't we? Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Hi-ya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you term the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. F in the chat for Rinosuke. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Usagi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Renosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels with its wielder to slice evil in two? Not that you would need much compelling on that subject. I thought he not the car! Not Karuma! No! There's something very important I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Fellas! God, just end already! That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. Let me be free. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. We did it, chat. We fucking did it. Holy fuck. I didn't expect this case to be like this long, but I can imagine that the cases will actually be his ghost is in the sword. Woo! Well, it would be perfect for spoopy season. Yes, we are saving. We did it, chat. What? Hello? Well, the runaway room is going to be the next one. And with that, I love you guys so much, and I appreciate you sticking with me to the end. I'll try to stream tomorrow, or if you're watching YouTube, you could just skip on to the next episode. I love you guys so much. You guys take care. Drink water, get some rest. Bye.